Where is Zilby? Zilby was there. Oh, Zilby. Okay. What happened, Zilby? Hello, everybody. Hello, YouTube. We are happy Wednesday. This was previously the game day. And we are now doing some more Docker, but I figured that we could do a little bit of gaming. There's Zilby. Okay, so what happened? I gave Zilby a treat right before we went live, and he took it and knocked it off somewhere, and I think he lost it. So I'm gonna go see if I can find that for him really quickly. Oh, see, here it is. Here you are. You can have that. Okay, so in the meantime, let's take a look. So we're gonna look at this. How did I get on a simple sandbox? I wanted to go back to, yeah, full segment list. Let's open up TIS, which there it goes. Okay, so I did a Google search and found on Reddit someone who solved sequence sorter. And so I put that into our Untitled Program 2 for this. Oh, Blah, you're getting some stream issues? What are the issues? I am not, let's see, I'm seeing 3,000 kilobits per second going up, green, no drop frames. So on my side, OBS says everything is fine. Huh, interesting. Well, Blah, if it's still going bad, I have the YouTube stream up. That it might be better there if Twitch is being. I know that sometimes like Twitch has problems in different regions too, where like everything will be fine in one region and then just be complete not fine everywhere else, or vice versa, like fine everywhere but not in one region. All right, so. Okay, and Rug stream is working for you, so that's good. All right, so the very first sequence sorter that I found was this one, which I don't know how they're gonna feel about me. Probably won't ever find out that I'm sharing this out. This is gonna be fine. But the title is "Wow, I'm Such a Hack," but I stayed with it anyways because it works, and I think working is fine. That's the goal of any of these things, right? So without any, we're going to go through the code and just sort of like see how we could have maybe done it, or just how this works in general, because we couldn't figure it out. And a hacky solution is better than no solution. So that's what we're going with. So this is what we got. So let's see what we got here. Now, if you remember, this solution is all about sorting the sequence. The idea is that we're going to take in zero indexed numbers on the left here. Zero index, zero ended sequence. So basically, here's like an array of like 67, 27, 86, 15, and then 0 marks the end. And then for out, we need to have like 15, 27, 67, 86. So it needs to be in order. We need to sort them, and then 0 end the sequence. Now, I was able to sort the very first one, and then it dies. Or maybe not even the first one. And then I didn't get the 0 either. It was bad. We didn't even come close. So this one works completely. So let's go over and take a look at what it's doing. So in our first box here, we have, and if you're not familiar with TIS 100, this is a game. It's a Zachtronics game. It's available on Steam. It's actually pretty cheap. It's like $7 or so. And you can play it by writing assembly code, and each puzzle level is made up of multiple nodes, that you can write. They can't scroll on them, so this is as much as you get, and it's assembly code that we write in here. And we have a stack. We have 2 stack memory codes, and that basically a stack is exactly what you think it is. You put something in, and then it stores it, and then the most recent one you can pop off. So exactly, assembly. I wrote in here with my sort of labels. The one in a link has different labels in there, but these ones make sense to me. So okay, anyways, we start. So we move up into our accumulator. We're moving that accumulator down. So for example, we get 67 in here, and then we move that down, but we also store it in here. We jump into our loop immediately. We then move right to ACC. So move whatever's in here into our ACC. So let's double check to make sure I got this right first. And yes, I did it correctly. Okay. So we jump into, okay, so if you're equal to 0, we jump into loop, right? But this is not equal to 0 because this is 67. So instead we swap. So the 67 now comes here to backup, and backup, which is 0, is now ACC, and we add 1. And then we jump to end. And in end, all we do is swap them. So the 1 comes down to here and is 67 back again. And then we go back up to start again. So if we step through this, we can see that happening. So 67 goes into ACC. We move that down to down here. Are we equal? Is this equal to 0? No, it's not. Swap it, add 1 to that, jump to end, swap it again, and then back up to here again. And it's going to keep on doing this. So we can see we're just moving everything down until it's equal to 0. As soon as it becomes 0, we say, okay, hey, we're done with this, right? It's time to end the loop. So we jump into loop, which is now we're going to move right to ACC. So whatever is over here into ACC. And now it's going to wait for that. And then as soon as it finds it, we're going to move ACC down, and then just, if you're not 0, continue on to loop. So we're going to empty out whatever's in the stack memory trace. So that's all and good, but something needs to go inside of here. And that's what happens with the rest of it. So if we take a look up, the next block that we have here is this, the down up labels. So basically we're going to move ACC to down. So whatever that is. Now that starts with 0, right? So we're going to move 0 down to here. And then we're going to move up to ACC. So if you remember, if this, whatever this is that we got up here, we move it on down. So in this case, it's going to be that 67. And then we're going to jump, if it's not 0, to down again. So we're going to, loop this, but it is not 0. So therefore, we're going to continue moving things down into it. And as you can see, we are basically just taking this entire series of numbers and throw it in here in the order that they're coming in, including that, starting with that 0. Okay, so this is great. Now, in the meantime, these are waiting. So they're not deadlocked, but they are locked. Because they're this one's saying, hey, we need to move left into ACC, and this one is move left into ACC, and this one is move down into ACC. So these are each waiting for something to be available to move into it, and none of them have anything in it. So they're just on hold right now. So we'll wait until the sequence is finished, and we get the first 0 coming in down, which is starting now. So we have this 0 here. Swap. add one, jump to end, swap, move up, down, move ACC down. Okay, so here's that 0 that moves down. We move that into ACC. If you're not 0, go back to down. So we are 0, so it's going to now continue to the up one. So move down ACC. So now we're going to start moving from down back up again. So we're going to drain you and move it to the right. So instead of going back up, it's going to come here and go to the right again. So move ACC. So 15 we popped off this stack. We're going to move it to the right. Here it is, which means that we can finally now work on this here. So on this box, we're going to move left in ACC. So we have that 15, which is the very last item in here. We're going to say, hey, if you're equal to 0, move to end. But we're not equal to 0. So instead, we're going to save it. And save it just means ACC and backup becomes whatever ACC is. Okay, pass. Now we're going to move into this label. Move left to ACC. So just keep on doing it. So that's going to be the next one, right? So 86 was the next one popped off. If you're equal to 0, move on to the 0, but you're not equal to 0. So you move on, move ACC right. So move 86. So the second one over to the right. Move, and now let's see, move ACC right. That's fine. Now now we have sort of asynchronous code happening here because like everything is sort of going on at the same time. What's going to happen here is that it's going to swap it. So 86 and 15. And then it's going to move ACC right and ACC right, which means that's going to be 15 right twice. And then it's going to say, hey, I want right back to ACC. So basically we're doing a little swap-a-roo between these two. Now over here, we move left into ACC. If you're equal to 0, we jump to 0. However, this is not equal to 0. So we're going to save it just like we did over here. We're going to sub left. So that's going to, this is about to put the 15 up here and then send it to the right, right? So it's going to sub left. And then if you're less than 0, we move on to bigger because that means that we have the bigger one. So let's see this. So we save you, it's 86 both places. If you're less than 0, we sub left, so that becomes 71 minus the 15. If we're less than 0, we got bigger. We are not less than 0, so we're going to move on to smaller. So now we're going to move left. That's this move ACC right. Move left, left. So we're going to take this and move it straight back to here. So that's the 15 right back over here. Now this saves it, so we keep the 15, and meanwhile over you're swapping so we get the 86 back again. We're now going to move ACC up, so we're going to move 86 up here. And now we're going to wait for this to do its thing. Meanwhile, you are moving left to ACC, so now it's preparing to do its thing again. All right, so you move down ACC. So you're going to take this number and move it into ACC. And then we have a bunch of no operations. And this is the hack. This is the hack that the thread was talking about, which is it's just to wait. It's just a pause. And then we're going to move ACC left. So put the 86 in here. So we need to give these time to run. That's why that's in there. And now 86 gets stored inside of this stack. And if we notice, 86 is the largest of these. So this should be fine. Okay, so next up, 27 is about to go in here, which we notice basically what's happening is that these are saying, okay, you get to pass through here if you're larger, but if you're smaller, you get sort of saved in here, which works for a certain size of these. I think that if we get too many, it won't work anymore, but it solves the puzzle, which is enough for us. And then finally, let's go through until all of them get stored in. Oh, and then move ACC left. Oh, right, because over here, this moves it back over here. So basically, it's just sending this in a loop, which is funny. But then if it goes through all of them, and it thinks it's found the smallest, it then sends it out. So our so let's see what happened there. Over here, we move ACC right, move ACC right. So that was the 15 right twice, and then we move right ACC. That was 15 back to here when it was the smallest. We save it, so we have both of them again, and we jump to pass. Pass is then just doing this entire thing again. We're just passing it along. If, however, it was ever equal to 0, then we just want to move whatever we had over to the right. So that would be the 15 because it was the smallest. Swap it, and then we move that down because we have the smallest. So this one is always holding the smallest one at all times. And then that moves down, which this one just moves that down. It just sends it out, which is what we have in 15. For you, we already went through, okay, so we went through bigger. No, I think we went through smaller. So bigger is just the opposite. We move left up because this one's bigger. And then we want to send what we have there. So that way this always has the smallest one, which is it's a brilliant way to solve it. I mean, I think it's a pretty brilliant way to solve it the first try. I'm sure, like, obviously if you try to refactor over and over and over again, you're going to get even better and better and better ways, but this is pretty good. And I think this was the author's first pass to get it working. And first passes for anything. If you get it working, that's good. And so that's it. It should just run through now. And when it hits zeros, it then finishes and drains everything and sends them on through. So let's run this. Half the fun of this puzzle is watching all of the nodes do their thing, especially the stacks. And then we'll go into fast forward mode once we reach the end of these. All right, yeah, so that's all of those. We'll go fast forward mode. And here are the stats for it. So fun. And that's it. We had done all the other ones previously. We're skipping the net because those seem to be more like user created or basically bonus puzzles. We're not doing those. So we finished the core part of the game, which I think is great. So that is what I have. And Sylvie left. Of course he did. He probably wanted more like actual food and not just a treat food. So that's too bad. Maybe during one of the breaks I'll be able to get him back down here and we'll play around with him. All right. So let's reset. We are the main part of the show for today is the Docker course. So now we're going to move on to that. Yesterday we sort of figured out what we're going to do for like the bonus, like the last section. We're moving away. We changed away from Docker in production, and now we're just sort of doing more advanced Docker type things. So this one is going to be Dockerizing Helix, and so we actually did this yesterday. It's a very interesting sort of process to do, to like basically take a CLI program that you want and throw it into Docker to run as an executable, but it does all the things you want. So you basically just wrap all the stuff around it. And now you can run it on any system, and you know that it should, for the most part, run pretty consistently. So for example, we have Helix in a Dockerized form, which means that if anybody wants to run Helix on our system and they don't want to worry about installing it or configuring it or anything else, it just will work on their system. And I don't have very many things installed. It only works with Rust right now, but that should be fine for, like, you know, the course. And of course, if anybody wants more information, like more Docker stuff, I'd be happy to like update it, add more things into it. Okay, so let's jump into to writing this. Okay, Dockerizing Helix. Okay, so in the previous lesson, we've used Docker as an aid for developing. Okay, so there's another way we can use Docker as an executable. Okay, so we're still going to run Docker, still going to run the container with Docker run, but the idea here is that we'll be wrapping a program inside Docker. Okay, so I recommend trying to follow along and then try to Dockerize a program you use. Okay, so what is Helix? Helix is an CLI editor. Should I do the double negative, not unlike, or just similar to Vim? Or Neo, or Emacs? Yeah, similar to Vim or Emacs. Should I do NeoVim? I feel like NeoVim is even more more popular of like a term, like more people know about NeoVim than even Vim. Like would people get confused and like, hey, what's Vim? I only know of NeoVim. Ooh, what would people suggest I link to? GNU Emacs? The Wikipedia for it? Maybe, oh, just probably Emacs. This one is probably fine. Wait. This corresponds to GNU Emacs version 27. Does that mean wait, which is the Emacs? Is GNU Emacs the Emacs? Okay, maybe I'll just go with this one. GNU Emacs. Okay, so comes with many of the features that we expect out of graphical code editors like VS Code. Okay, so in similar to many code editors, we can configure them to customize the experience to exactly what we want. Oh, did I not put this? Oh, I didn't create a repo for it. Okay, well, I'll need to create a repo for it. Okay, and some of it we can configure them to customize the experience to exactly what we want. All right, before we jump into the walkthrough, before we implement this ourselves, run this command in a directory where you have code. So this is going to be Linux, Mac, Windows. I should verify that. I do have a Windows system. I believe I have Docker running. I should get that updated too. I bet I have a very old version of Docker on it. Okay, starting the Docker engine. Yeah, this is okay. Docker desktop update to latest software update. I am currently on version 4.22.1 on Windows, and the latest is 4.26. Four versions old. It's not too bad. Okay, so for Linux and Mac, we're going to, let's say, I want to cd into a directory where some code exists, and then we're going to run docker run remove it. Do I need the I think I just need the T, right? Volume for that into code, Berserker Helix. So if we do that, that was interesting, but it worked. Oh, it does need it. Okay, you're right. I do need it to be interactive because I can't control it. Oh no. Okay, yeah, I do need this to be IT. Art went in. Hello. How are you doing today? So I'm interactive with that, and now I can do all the things in here. We can open you up, and we can take a look at it. So this works here. Now for Windows, you're not, okay, so update and restart. Yes, please. Today is a weird one. You're at 5% energy throughout the entire day, but you're pretty productive. Hey, that's pretty good, right? I mean, does it at least feel good to like be productive? It always feels good to me whenever I'm productive, regardless of whatever my energy level is. Oh, okay, so this might take a while to update Docker for Windows. Okay, so while we're waiting. Okay, so will be dropped into a editor, use space nope. Use space F. Use space F to open the file menu and hit enter to open a file of your choice. Yeah, it feels pretty good. You did more than planned today. Nice. That doesn't happen too often lately. There's a really cool thing that I don't know if this is gonna work for you. It works for, I know it works for a lot of teams in sort of like more like a professional environment. So I don't know if it works like outside of that. But there's this ironic thing where if we put less on our plates, so we limit the amount of work in progress and the amount of work in our to-do column, we end up getting more done as long as we allow ourselves to pull from the backlog throughout the day and the week. It's so weird and it's counterintuitive, but that's how I can consistently get more than I want done, is by having less stuff in front of me to do. All right. We'll be dropped into an editor. Use space F to open the file and hit, I guess like it's space F to open the file and hit enter to open a file menu and hit to open the file of your choice. If this is a Rust project, the LSP, the language server protocol, will load and give feedback. Currently, as of what is this, 2024 01/31, this okay, the configuration only supports Rust. Okay, so currently the configuration only supports Rust. Okay, that's great. We do that. And use Vim motions to move around. So what is that? That's K for up, K is up, J, oh, the lowercase. So K is up, J is down, H left, L is L, yeah, L's right. I do it just so from memory now. I don't even remember what they are. I remember when I first learned this way a long time ago. The thing that was taught to me is the way that you remember that up is that K is reaching for the sky, so it's going up. J is digging deep into the ground, so it's going down. H is on the left side of your home row, and L is on the right side of your home row, so they're going left and right respectively. Yeah, I practiced that for a long time now. I use a practice I read about in the Make Time book. At all times, there's one thing in the front burner, main priority, and the back burner, second priority. Everything else goes into a so-called kitchen sink, and things that I might do go into might do list. Similar to Eisenhower matrix, kind of. Works pretty well, apart from times when I randomly get sucked into experimenting with new shiny stuff. Ain't that the truth? It's, our brains are like the worst and the best, right? Because so often, like, we figure out a system and it doesn't matter how good that is, how long we've been working on it. It's just like, ooh, you know what? I've been pretty good. Let's just do it differently this one time. Come on, let me do this. It's almost like you have that little you in the back of your mind go like, come on, this one time. Let's change chapter. Let's chase the shiny. The shiny is gonna be good. Come on, I'll give you lots of dopamine. And then we do it and we feel like shit later because we didn't get anything done. Okay. Yeah, I feel like the dog from the Up cartoon sometimes. I think we all are the dog from the Up cartoon sometimes. All right. You can use Vim motions to move around. Okay, so that's that. When you're done, press. I'm just gonna say, no matter what you're doing, press escape, colon, Q, return to exit out. I have to assume that there's people in here that don't know Vim and are going to be confused by this, especially since like the #1 upvoted question on Stack Overflow is, how do I quit out of Vim? Although I do believe that probably most of those upvotes are ironic, joke, fun, haha upvotes. For the memes. Skimus, hello. Good morning. How are you doing today? You reopen the terminal, right? Yeah, you just quit the terminal. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Emacs, for Emacs, what you do is you just set that in your RC file to just load Emacs when the terminal opens, and then it's your life. So there is no quitting Emacs. The shutting down the terminal is like you basically stopping using it temporarily. Oh, you might want to add in a queue. Yeah, that's a good point. Queue, in case they did something. Queue bang, return to exit out. That's a really good point. Okay. All right. We're doing that, and we don't need to, I guess, like, this is an example of how we can put a program into Docker and run it without having it installed on a system. Art went in. You're heading out. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope that you have a great night. And we'll see you next time. Okay, so this example. Let's go ahead. In the following sections, we'll be recreating this ourselves. Okay, Windows. I want to verify that this works because we took it at face value yesterday, but if I do put it in here, it would probably be a good idea for us to, like, you know, double check it. So what do we have? I have main. Yeah, okay, so this is my Windows computer. There we go. Let's go ahead and open up a new shell. It's a standard PowerShell. And I want to find some code. Documents, code, Brooks builds. What do we have in here? We have let's go to our, let's see, Learning You. Maybe that's a good one. Oh, I keep on forgetting that tab autocomplete is very different in Windows. All right, so we're gonna do a also I can probably whoa, it's not what I wanted. Okay, so Docker run. We're going to RM to remove it automatically. We're going to use IT. We're going to volumes, and so it's curly brackets for PWD into code, and then this is going to be Berserker Helix. I mean, I'm also assuming that, oh, I did PWD in all caps. That might not be correct. I wonder if it's lowercase PWD. And if that's not it, I'll have to do something else. Okay, so we have you. I don't have Helix installed on this Windows system. So it also goes ahead and shows, okay, so yeah, this works. This works exactly as you would expect. Okay, cool. Case insensitive in Windows, right? Yeah, I guess it is. So then we just say we want to quit out and we're done. So yeah, okay. Go back to you. And everything exactly the same, except you're that. Okay, case insensitive, so this PWD can stay lowercase like that, and then it just works. Okay, creating it ourselves. What is, okay, so we did what is Helix, so now the Docker file. Okay, so the walkthrough, we're just gonna walk through the process of creating this. So walk through the process of walkthrough. Just name walkthrough. All right. This when creating a Docker, like a wrapper, a Docker image that wraps around a program, we need to begin with the end in mind. Oh, and ads are going to start in around 5 minutes. We'll probably just keep on working through that. this one. Okay, so when creating a Docker image that wraps around a program, we need to begin with the end in mind. In this case, we want to make we want to put Helix. As I do a lot of, I think personal pronoun is fine here because it's now talking like as me. So as I do a lot of Rust development. Okay, we're gonna get it working with Rust code. Okay, step 1. First, we're going to create a repo. There are private Docker repositories. Like the only private Docker repository that I've used and am like somewhat familiar with is ECR, Elastic Container Repository. And that costs something like it's to me it's like not, I definitely don't want to use it unless I absolutely have to. I use it at work for Dockerizing our like the private code for, you know, the employer. But I generally don't want to do anything else. Pudada, hello. How are you doing today? Isn't GHCR better for learning? What's GHCR? GitHub. Oh, GitHub Container Repository. Oh, yeah, they do have one. They do have one. Okay, so I totally forgot that I have one. Also, huh. Right. I didn't realize that that was the domain for it, for GitHub packages. Oh my gosh. Automod. Okay. Automod is so weird. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, you're right. But I'm not actually using that. I'm basically saying like it, right? So this one is probably a better one to do. So here, we'll do this. So there are private Docker repositories like GitHub container repository. Sure. Yeah, I guess it starts with Docker there, so that's fine. Automod hates you overall. I'm sorry about that. It's Automod, I feel like, has a field day with programming streams the most, right? Because people are like posting links, people are posting code snippets. Code snippets have dot in them a lot, and so it thinks that everything's a link. It's fun. Okay, so there are private Docker repositories like this, which may and the ad break just started. I'm gonna work through this, but if you do get ads, I'll see you on the other side. There are private Docker repositories like GitHub Container Repository, which can be which are useful if you have private code or other images that you don't. However, as mentioned here, we're going to be publishing this image to Docker Hub. Okay, so the first step is to create a repo on GitHub. The repo for this project is linked. I guess. That's a time for us to create a repo for this. So Dockerize Helix. So gonna get in it. Right. I don't need that Tokyo Night.toml. We just need the config and the Docker file. So let's see, we have Docker file config. Okay, so this is our initial commit. GitHub repo create. Push to sustain that one. Okay, so we put Dockerized Helix. Builds, description. Okay, so Dockerized Helix. Docker can Dockerize. I don't know. Do I even need a? I don't need a description. Public. Yes. 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 And pushed. So I should be able to find this now here. Dockerized Helix. Here we go. So with that, and also we have you here. Okay, so all right, so the first step is to create a repo on GitHub, and then I link to the repo that I've created. We're going to be publishing this image to Docker Hub, so having this be open source is fine. There are private Docker repositories like GitHub Container Repository, which are useful if you have private code or other images that you don't want publicly available. But we're not going to be using those. We're just going to be using Docker Hub. Okay, so we have that repo. So create a repo. Next up, we want to, I don't know if I want to use this as like subtitles. That might be too big. Maybe not. I don't know. Next is going to be create a Docker file. So create Docker file. Let's see. We'll need to decide what operating system to base this on. Since Helix is going to require a lot of build tools, we want to keep things as slim as possible. So we'll be going with Alpine. Ubuntu is another great choice. And a lot of public images choose it. I'm going to go with Alpine here for creating this for the reason that I just said, but also because I don't think very many tutorials go with Alpine, and therefore this can give you be something more to go with. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's something good, something helpful. Okay. All right. So that means we start with this. We want to Helix in our Docker file. So we're going to start with the from Alpine latest. Now, when I first did this, we did from Alpine latest. We didn't have the APK stuff. We know we want the volume code. So we're going to take that. Worked our code. And that's pretty much what we're starting with, right? Okay, so we start with this, and then we run our, then we run it. We run our, we build, and then we build, and run our new container. 3 letters, hello. How are you doing today? And then Shandan, hello. How are you? Please make more video. I am. These live streams obviously become like the VODs in there. But yeah, I'm slowly going through and creating cut videos from those live streams. So it is happening, but slowly. Comtex, hello. How are you doing as well? You love the Axum playlist. Thank you. I'm glad that the Axum playlist is still really useful and helpful, even though there's been several different updates since then. Okay, so we'll start with this, and we build and run our new container. What do we? Okay, yeah, we'll start, and then we build and run our new container in interactive mode. So we can investigate how to set up Helix inside. How to set up Helix. Can I make an Instagram deactivation bot? What does that mean? I'm not, like, I have an Instagram account, but I'm not really like a heavy user of Instagram. So I don't really know. I don't really know Instagram. What does Instagram deactivation bot mean? Okay, so this was the first step is all of these got commented out, and we didn't even have an entry point. We just did that. And then, oh, I forgot I had all these other windows. I was full screen over there. Okay, never mind. True. That's okay. So this one, with that being set up, we're gonna do a Docker build, tbrook circer, Helix latest, dot. Okay, so it's fine. I'll be fine with this. So we hit you. Oh, there's a way for me to get rid of the cache, right? Have that not show up. Is it like no cache? Yeah, no cache. Do not use cache when building the image. Okay. No cache. Dash T Zerker Helix latest dot. It'd be helpful if I spelled cache correctly. Okay. Right, there's definitely not much to do in here. So build you. Okay, so then we're going to connect into it. We're gonna do Docker run it remove. We could do a volume for pwd code. Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. I want to be in the Docker. Yeah. Code, and now this can be Berserker, Helix, latest, like that. Oh, and then I want to bin bash. And I think this, oh, it's -it. This is gonna fail. Oh shoot. Didn't I just overwrite this with a new build? Also, why did that not take in? Why did it run? Why did it actually run it? Okay, Docker images have a bunch of unlinked ones. So the one, oh, it didn't create this. My Docker build didn't work. No cache. Okay, so T, Berserker Helix, latest. Okay, so let's call this like new build. So, I'll call this like step 1. So now if I run this, step 1. Yes, okay. So perfect. All right. Oh, I need to update you. Step 1. The image got created correctly, but we already have run into an issue. Bash is not found in the container. Turns out that the default shell for Alpine is Ash. Since we don't want to install, since we don't want to install like extra stuff that we don't need, we'll need to use Ash. So as part of this, I'm trying to give the impression, I guess like just this idea that of like how to like not just like a step-by-step guide, but I'm hoping that like this is also the mentality that I'm trying to record that down too. Would you consider making another series in Tokyo Stack crates? Tower Tonic. Yeah, I might consider that. I don't know if I would do a series like on each of those like specifically unless I had something like to build with it or like to do with it, because I don't know like what I would do for like Tower itself. Beside, I mean, I guess we could do a deep dive type thing, but I feel like John Hu does that really well, and I don't know if I don't think I could do it as good as him as he does. And I know he's gonna do. I know he either has done one or is planning on do one on a bunch of like Tokyo stuff. But if there's something for like a like a project or something like around it that would be interesting and I can think of it, then yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that. It'd be fun and sort of like show off how to use it. So the answer is yes, with that question mark in it. All right, so let's do, nope, I'm still in that mode. Okay, so we're gonna go to bin ash, and that drops us in. Okay, there we go. We're happy. Great. We have successfully created a bare bones container image. Now we need to draw the rest of the owl. Now we need to figure out how to install Helix. Now, how did I install Helix? What did I choose to do? I did. Okay, so I found it in APK. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna say APK update, and that does this, and then we're gonna say APK search Helix, APK info Helix, just to make sure it's what we think that it is. Okay, let's go find APK link. Let's see, this is, okay, the actual Alpine Linux docs, so perfect. Okay, so that goes in there. Okay, great. So we now have, so we found it. Installing Helix is as easy as APK add Helix. And I think at this point, if I just run Helix, oh, it doesn't find it. Right. Why doesn't it find it? Oh, right, because it's HL. What's wrong with me? Because I use this all the time. Okay, so we then do hx and we find it. So, we can now use the command hx to run Helix. Don't forget that we can okay, don't forget, it's just like let's quit out. We don't need to do anything with Helix right now, so let's quit with the command colon Q. Enter. Oh, nope. Okay, there. All right, so we can now use the command hx to run Helix. We don't need, so something, I did not read this properly last time. I think I was so excited. Hey, it's there. We installed it. I didn't read this part at all, which is like, hey, the tree sitter grammars are packaged separately. You can either install the selected package or use a meta package, tree sitter grammars, to install all of them. Probably would have been a good idea. But okay, so we're going to, over here, we're going to do this run apk. So we're going to start off the way we did it before, right? So we're going to do apk update and apk add Helix. I should probably just mention this now, right? Would this be tree sitter apk add tree sitter grammars? Yeah, okay, so that just adds them all. So we'll just do add Helix tree sitter grammars. Okay, that will add them, and we are okay. So if we do that, now we'll have entry point hx that we can do here at this point. So turn you off. All right, so we can now, if you run the command hx, we don't need anything. So let's note that where's the thing where it talks about that? Oh, right here. I was looking up here. Okay, so note that apk told us that we need to install something called tree sitter for Helix to work correctly. Apparently there is a meta package that will work with all languages. So let's use that. All right, and then down here we're gonna have let's go back and add what we've learned into the Docker file. Okay, so let's go back and add what we learned into the Docker file. We can okay, so we'll delete you. We don't have any of you yet. All right, so we've added the run command to apk. Let's see, to update apk and install Helix and the tree sitter grammars. We've also added an entry point. An entry point is similar to a command, but it's meant for images, for Docker images that will be used as executables. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so we've got that. Let's come back up here and update some of these. So tree sitter, you want a link. Is this gonna work? I feel like that's a bad idea. Tree sitter Helix. Tree sitter languages. Okay. Here. A Wikipedia page on it. Okay, so for Helix, okay, we got that. And then, okay, so then here we're gonna do this code, add that. Okay. All right, so let's go back, add what we've learned into the Docker file. There we go. Okay, we've added the run command. We've added an entry point. That's great. All right. Let's quit out of the running container and rebuild the image and connect back in for and connect back in. So we'll do this all together in one go. All right, so we quit out of view. Over here, make sure we saved. We're gonna do a Docker build, but I don't need the no cache anymore. I want this is now step 2. Docker run step 2. And I want this testing, but without that. So we just want to see, does it drop me in here? And it does. All right, so this is all one line. I want that. There we go. Notice that we're not overwriting the command, the entry point. The entry point with the bin ash command. We want to test that this is working as expected. In this case, we're dropped into the Helix. I guess the editor right away. And if we searched for our code, we would find it. When we exit the editor, we are back in our terminal. All right, so like we're done, right? Not quite. The basic editor part is done, but Helix doesn't know how to work with any specific languages yet. So we'll need to fix that. It also looks terrible. All right, so we'll fix both of those in the next sections. All right, so next up, so we did this was in the Dockerfile section. Actually, I have Markdown installed. I can just do that. Yeah, so we just did create Dockerfile. So on a okay, so that's level 3. So now so Dockerfiles. Next up is probably user is going to be very last thing that we do. So I think next is going to be to install Rust. Actually, do I want to do the terminal for color? I might want to do that. So if I go into Dockerfile, yeah, look at that. We have no colors there. So if I were to update you, actually, I can do that here by just saying environment term equals oh no, that doesn't work. Do I need to do anything else? Yes, there was an editor thing I need to do. Oh, there's a config. Oh, so I need the config first. Oh, right. So if I open up the config, we can do editor. True color, true, something like that. Config reload. That. that was a choice. That's definitely a choice for what to happen there. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, you know what we can do? We can copy in the config. Oh, but that's yeah, we could copy. Okay, so hold on. Let's do this again. We have term, xterm, 256 color. Okay, that should be fine there. And then I want to let's open the config. But I also want to open up this config. I guess we just copy everything. I want to open up this config and paste you, save you. We're gonna do config reload, and now everything looks good. We go to Docker file, config. Yeah, there's no config reload. So, okay, so apparently none of the tree sitter stuff is for Docker. That's cool. I guess it's not that surprising, but that for the config it works. So we know that's good to know. So that being said, I don't want to like run through like looking at that kind of thing. So we'll do that probably near the end. So next up would be Rust. Okay, so adding Rust support. So adding Rust support. We'll be using a let's see. We need Rust to do something. If you don't, one of the best benefits is that if you don't have Rust, this will still work with your system because it's in Docker, which will be fine. So we'll be using an example Rust repo at should I just create? Do I have any like Rust repos that we could use? No, Express CRUD is not Rust. We can use the Axum Twitter clone. I think that'll work. So Axum Twitter clone. So Axum Twitter clone. I'll be using an example Rust repo at Axum Twitter clone. Let's clone the repo to our computer. No need to set up Rust to run it or support our editor to view it. We'll be setting that up in the Docker image. Let's see. So first steps is that we need to install. Okay, so we need to install Rust. Okay, we need to install the following to support Rust for Helix. So for Helix to properly run our Rust code to lint to to properly, what is it called? I don't want to say like to LSP our REST code. That doesn't make any sense. To support REST code. So what do we have here? We have GCC. So a C compiler like GCC. Oh, I installed rest up still here. I don't need to do that. Interesting. Okay. So we need a C compiler like GCC. Let's see, we have Helix, tree server grammars. Okay, we have those. We need rest up. We need Rust. Rust, and then Rust analyzer. Okay, so let's connect back to the okay, let's connect back to the image. Let's create another. Container and connect in using Ash to figure out how to install these. Okay, so we are at 3, so 4. 4 is going to be C compiler. I somehow got like a tiny hair in my mouth. It's weird and gross. Okay. It's probably a Zilby hair too. Let's see. Rust analyzer. Okay, so APK. Turns out that APK has a GCC. Has 2 C compilers. GCC and Clang. Either will work. We'll use GCC here. Okay, so we're going to connect in with Ash. I'm not going to use that term. So we're not there yet. Nope, I did not want to get rid of code. Okay, so that. So we connect in to what? That's in entry point. Can I not override in an entry point? Oh, I can't override in the entry point. Oh. So we have to take that away. Interesting. I didn't realize. Wait a second. Can't I override the entry point with an override here? There's like a dash dash entry or something. Yeah, dash dash entry point, overwrite the default entry point of the image. Okay, so I want to do the same thing. We're going to do that. We're going to say entry point bin. Oh, no, I need to go this. Entry point. Is it equals? I think it was space. Bin ash. Ash. There we go. Okay. Okay, so first off, let's connect another container and connect it into ash. However, we're since we set up an entry point, we cannot override it the same way we did with commands. The override would just end up being options to the Helix entry point, which is not what we want. Docker run has an entry point override we can use to set a new entry point. The Ash shell. For some reason, mine was like the Ash terminal. No, that's not right. The Ash shell. So that's going to be we want this. Okay. Now we're in here. It turns out that APK has two C compilers, GCC and Clang. Either work, we'll use GCC here. And so now in here, we can just say APK, we already did update, so we don't need to do that again. So we're just gonna install GCC. Add GCC. Okay, and you're added in. Great. Rust and Rust Analyzer are going to be a bit more difficult. Okay, so while APK has has Rust up, fortunately, it isn't the right version. Break time in around 5 minutes or so. And I'll actually probably take this one as a break since we skipped the last one. Well, okay, so while the APK has Rust up, unfortunately, it isn't the right version. We'll need to download Rust up directly from, okay, so we'll need to download Rust up directly from like Rust servers. And run it. the instructions are for curl, which isn't installed on Alpine, but wget is installed. So we'll need to update our command to work with. Okay, so we'll need to update our command to work with the install instructions. Okay. So in here, we're going to do. Essentially, we're going to do this, right? So wget -o out to standard output the restup.sh. We pipe that into ash, dev standard in, say y automatically, and also tell it to install Rust Analyzer. Although I wonder if I should do the first one first. Is like, yeah, I probably should do it the other way around. Okay, so hold on. After this is done, we'll do this over again. First off, let's get GCC again, just to like get ourselves to the same point. Okay, now we're gonna do wget -o, and I want this to be restup.sh, and then it's just gonna be this thing. That's one, so that saves it to restup.sh. We have to chmod x restup.sh, and now we can run it. So restup.sh. Proceed with installation. So one, we do that. Skyferus, hello. How are you doing today? What is a good VPN that is free? I'm not aware of any good VPNs that are free, and I'm not even aware of any good VPNs that are paid. There's too many unknowns with a lot of them. So, I mean, maybe I might be willing to do like the Firefox, the Mozilla VPN. Self-hosting a VPN on something like DigitalOcean or a VPS somewhere is also like I've seen a lot of people do that. There's some open source VPNs. I don't think I've looked through any of them, so I don't have any recommendations, unfortunately. But yeah, like what features are you looking for? Like obviously there's all those ones you see commercials for, and a lot of streamers and YouTubers have taken what is it called, sponsors from various VPNs. I've never used them before, so I can't really say anything about them, good or bad. Okay, so this installs. Okay, so step one is going to be use wget so code wget -o, we do this, and that drops me down there. Oh, ad breaks just started. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. Skifferus, if you answer that question, what features you're looking for, we'll do our best to answer it. But I will be back in a few minutes. Ads? Are you actually getting ads? Usually people don't actually get ads, which I'm okay with. All right. I've been sitting down for 2 hours, so I'm gonna walk around for a little bit. I will be right back, probably with a new drink. Wouldn't it be funny if it was a VPN ad, but you got no, but no, you got ads for food and investing. That would have been funny. That would have been a perfect time for that too. Ched, hello. How are you doing today? Grab you a beer from the fridge. I don't have any beer in my fridge. I have a fridge down here, like a little mini fridge, and then a fridge upstairs, and that's it. Like no beer whatsoever. So sorry. Jack Casimiro, hello. How are you doing today? You want to become a backend developer. Do you think you need to know HTML and CSS you don't really like? Oh, you don't really like CSS? Only a little bit of it. Ched, I happen to know you know a lot of it. So it's a complicated answer for if you need to know HTML and CSS. Okay, backend developer. Okay, so you want to become a backend developer, and it's a lot less complicated now. Yeah, I would say you don't need to learn it right away, but try not to have too much of a negative perception to it, because right now with the job market being really weird, there's a much better chance that somebody is going to ask you, hey, can you do this thing on the front end with HTML and CSS? And there's also a really big push towards rendering HTML and CSS on the back end, which would then fall under, well, the back end's purview. So being willing to work with that would help a lot. So I think you don't need to start with it, but you might need to worry. You might need to learn it. Something like that. I think you told me you don't drink before. I think I keep on forgetting though. The Better Owen, hello. How are you doing today? And Chet, are you done? Are you done with all your meetings early? Usually have meetings like all up until like noon or something, right? All right, so we have you. Oh, nice. It is nice to be done with meetings early. It feels like we get a little bit of our day back. You got a meeting this after. Oh, that's they pulled a fast one on you. That sucks. Okay, so connecting to, okay, so basically with wget, we use the -o restup.sh option to save the output to a file, restup.sh. To execute the file, we'll need to make it an executable, and so we did this here somewhere. Okay, so here's our wget. Saving to that. Nope. Where is it? Okay, so here's our wget. Why can't I find it? Where did I did my oh, because I did this all together. Oh, that's what the problem is. Wait, I did it again over here, didn't I? I went up too far. Here it is. Chmod restup. Okay, so we do that. Oh man, had a full day of meetings today and had to reschedule one with legal to tomorrow. You're looking forward to being through them tomorrow. I would imagine. Meetings with legal are always, it's legal and accounting. Those are the two departments that I've never are any fun to have meetings with. Even if it's for things that like to help me with my job. They're not fun. Okay, so with W, we can use that. Okay, so we do that, and then finally we can run the installer. So we can run this script, answer the questions to install Rust. Then that's this. Okay, so then we just do rest up, follow the things, and that just installs it. This is great, but okay, so Rust has been installed manually, but we still don't have Rust up and sorry, Rust Analyzer. And we would can install that with another Rust up command. So that's going to be what is it? Rust up its component. So Rust up component oh, now we have actually Rust up, don't we? Except we don't have it. Ooh, okay. Or HR, yeah. Although, to be honest, HR conversations, when it's like things to help me out in my job, that people in HR tend to like have more fun personalities. It's only when they become like, you know, against you that it becomes really painful to work with them. It's contract terms for a cloud escrow agreement, so necessary but not fun. Yeah. Yeah, that those are necessary conversations. Every lawyer that I've talked to for like the company lawyer or something like that, they're brilliant, they're really smart, they're very dry to talk to. I've never really like had a conversation about like, okay, strategies for doing this where like, okay, let's like chat and joke and all that stuff. No, it's like it's almost like you're talking to someone where you realize that if they were on the other side of you and like you were having to defend yourselves against them, you'd be a very scary proposition. With finance, also very smart, very good at their jobs, very dry. Also like very to the business. Let's just talk about, we just want to get to the things done. This is business time. This is not fun time. Like with most work meetings that we do in software development, we mix like jokes and memes and other stuff along with what we're doing. It's a very different feeling the way our meetings work. Okay, so Rust has been, so we can solve it with another Rust up command. We can solve it with another Rust up command. We can solve it with another Rust up command, but okay, so we with a Rust up command. So with another Rust up command. However, Rust up Rust and Rust up aren't in our paths. We'll need to first. Okay, so we'll need to first add these to our path, and then we can install Rust Analyzer. Okay. So path, we're going to export path equals, we'll do this one first. So it's going to be home, cargo bin, and then the rest of path. So I now should be able to do rest up. Yes, I can now do rest up. I want to do rest up component install rest analyzer. Oh, it's not install. Is it add? Rest up component. Okay, so first of all, let's do this one. So then once we have that, we're gonna do I bet it's add. Yep, that's it. Okay. Great. We have Rust. So we have GCC. All right. Did I do this in different sections? Oh, C compiler. All right. Turns out that APK has two C compilers. I'll use GCC here. Okay. Okay, so we'll do this one. Let's add this to our Docker file. Let's add this to our Docker file. All right, so we want just to add on here GCC, and that's it. That's all we did here, and we're fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Then next up, we have Rust and Rust Analyzer. Okay, so Rust. So, well, the APK is that. So then we go through, we download all those things. Rust Analyzer. Okay, so we get you. All right, so then we want to one command for Rust and Rust Analyzer. So one command to rule them all. We figured out how to install Rust and Rust Analyzer, but it's several steps and it involves interaction. Okay, so we can do this in 2 steps. Automate the Rust plus, or like install Rust and analyzer at the same time, and then the same download Rust up and pass it to the like then execute it and run it. Everything all in one go. Okay, so 2 things to 5. So we're 5, H5 now. So 1 so Rust and Rust analyzer. So let's quit the do I need to quit this? Maybe I don't. If I rerun the rust up command, I can do rust up -y -c rust analyzer all in one go. Okay, and that does the thing. So you don't have to quit. We can run the Rust. We can run the Rust installer and pass it some options to let's see. So we're going to pass it -y to auto press Y for the interactive question. We can also pass it -c rust analyzer to auto install component. Okay, so much easier. And then the next one is going to be all in one go. So like download and run. I feel like in this specific lesson here, I'm trying to sneak in some Linux capabilities. I get like 1,000 notifications from GitHub now from like random little like runs. I need to figure out how to like turn those off because they keep on sending to me, even though I tell them to like unsubscribe, and I don't know why. Okay, so download and run. This is now going to be where we say, okay, this is the fun one, right? So we're going to run that same thing here. We're going to do our wget -o, and I want out. It was -out for out, I think, for like standard out. We download you. Oh, I need the actual thing. Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna do wget to standard out rest.sh. Okay, so we're gonna grab you. Oh, so I don't need this to a file, so we just do that. We're gonna pipe this to bin ash, but we need to tell ash that to take this from standard in. Where does standard in come from? It is dev standard in. And then we just do the normal things, right? So then it's y-c. Oh, let's combine the wget and rest.sh commands together. Okay, so instead of wget -o rest up sh, we now have wget -o dash. The dash tells wget to save the contents to standard out. Standard out. Wait, is that standard out or standard in? Right? No. Yeah, standard out. Contents to standard out instead of a normal file. After the wget command, we use a pipe ash dev standard in to auto execute the file that was downloaded with wget. All right, that should do it. We can now take what we've learned and add it to the Docker file. Now, over here, what have we learned? So we've got that. So we added the GCC previously. We have our volume code. These things we haven't done yet. This now gets put in here. So we run wget -o that to ash. Okay, so we do that. We add in our path. So path equals home. No, we don't. I have to do this as a user first, don't I? We'll do this as root to begin with because we are the root user to begin with. Actually, if we do this, it's like this. Yeah, that should work. No, I want to. What was I doing with this now? Path. Oh, right. Path. Why are you like that? Oh, because this is how you do it in Docker. Oh, so then this will be fine too. We'll do it like that. That'll be okay. Env term. Okay, so I don't need to do that yet. We haven't copied that over yet. We have Orkter and we have this. Okay. So I should double check this to make sure this works. Okay, so we're going to do this as step 3. I am seeing that it's downloading Rust Analyzer, so I know that's working. All right, so now we can just verify this with a Rust up version, and we have the version. Okay, so let's see. Notice the bracket home, and we need to this is the syntax is used in the Docker file to take the environment variable already present in the image and inserts it in the command. Okay, so we got that. Let's test the okay, so we did adding Rust support is 3. Okay, so it's just the end to this. Yeah, okay, so this is fine. Let's test let's test this with a new build and run. We can use the command Rust Rust up version to make sure that Rust is installed, and in what am I thinking of? That it's installed and not and in the path. And that's this right here. So we rebuild, we jump into it with a Rust up, and we see that. Okay. And I think that was it, right? Wait a second. I wasn't in it. So we do this. Do our what's next. Okay, so we do our Docker run. Step 3. Step version. All. Is it cargo version? Oh, right. It did this stupid thing where it went to home. Okay, so I need to do where is my home? /root. So do I have a home? Go home. Yeah, that should work. Why didn't that work? Okay, whatever. The rest of it worked. Okay, but whatever, we'll just do this here. So we're gonna go to /root syscargo bin. Okay, so that should be fine here. I'll do this step 3 again. And okay, now I see that. So perfect. So you are the only difference here. Oh, I apparently replaced the entire line. There it goes. Okay, so notice the path, the syntax is okay. Let's test this. So we do that. Then with another Docker run and the run thing. And there we go. Okay, excellent. Working. Things are going. Now, we have that set up. What's next? We have, okay, so the final thing would be the no cache here. We're gonna do that at the very end. We have a user that we want to set switch to. And we have the terminal to set, the colors for, and then the configs to add in. So maybe next we'll have the terminal for the colors and then the config. Okay, so okay, so Helix is now supporting Rust, but doesn't look very good. Let's set the config. Let's set the config. For Helix. I'll be doing this in the Eniziki. Hello. How are you doing today? We're doing pretty good so far. We're just creating this this Docker course. And we're on a sort of like a project for the Docker course right now. Or at least as close as you can get for a project in a Docker course. Helix is now supporting Rust, but it doesn't look very good. Let's set up the config for Helix. I'll be doing this. Okay, so this in the we have a Helix. Zilby, hello. He decided to join us. I left him. I tried to give him a little treat earlier, and he was very happy about it, and then he left anyways. But now he's back. Maybe he'll hang out more. That, by the way, is the treat that he's smelling. Of course, he decided to pick it up and take it away. He is down here, but he wanted to have it on the floor, so he's probably going to be moving around with it a lot. He did learn that he can eat these treats, so it's probably what he's going to do. It took him like a month, because I think we gave this to him for Christmas, the first one, and it took him like up until earlier this week to realize that he could actually eat the treat, even though we were trying to teach him that the entire time. Okay, Helix is now supporting Rust, but doesn't look very good. Let's set the config in Rust. We have a Helix config in the code repo. So we'll be let's copy that into a file, config.toml in our repo. Okay, so I guess like sample Helix config. Let's go find it. I want, so where are we? This is not the right one. I want to go into Dockerized Helix, config.toml. Just go straight to here. That, okay, so let's copy that into a file toml in our repo. But then I can just put that here too. So toml. Can you hear that? There's like every once in a little snap, crackle. That's Zilby crunching away. It's very dry. So we can't give him too many at a time because it dries him out. But he loves them. This is maybe it'll become like a treat that I can use for training for him. Okay, so we have you. You're in there now. This is great. All right, so we need to add this config into the configuration directory that Helix uses, which is home your home, your user directory config Helix, like that. Oh, Selby, you're back. You're done. Are you done? You wanna? Okay, so we need to add to we can. Okay, so we can do this with the I think, what did we use? Add or copy? We did copy command. Copy command. Okay, so basically, to make color profiles work, so to make Helix support colors, we'll also need to change the term environment variable to xterm 256 color. All right, so this is what our Docker file now looks like. All right, so more things we've done here. So we're enabling view. So we have our term, xterm 256 color, and we've copied in this. So right now you're going into root. Okay, excellent. Just like five minutes with Zilby in here, and I already get hairs in my mouth from him. It is definitely starting to become shedding season. I need to start like spending every day combing him now. Usually it's every week. Okay, so okay. I guess we should test this. So let's. Anytime I cook, I get a little special cat hair included. Yeah, there's just no getting away from it, right? It doesn't matter what we do. And Zilby's a medium hair. I can't even imagine what it would be like with a long hair cat. And we only have one pet. I know some people that have many pets, like multiple cats, multiple dogs. It probably doesn't matter what. You're just gonna get hairs everywhere. You probably can't see, but like I'm covered in cat hair too. You got two long hair and one short. The one short probably feels like you don't have to do anything for them, right? Because the long hairs require so much maintenance. But the long hair is so beautiful to look at. Like Zilby's tail is the fluffiest cat tail we've ever had. and it is pretty fun to look at. Oh, we just had to shave one long hair due to some mats this week. Yeah. Luckily, we've never had that problem yet. Zealby's only a few years old though, so maybe hopefully we don't have to do that, but I could definitely see it happening. He would not be happy with that. Okay, so let's save this. Rebuild the, I guess I don't need the, let's save this. So let's rebuild the image and test out the config. Okay, and we'll make sure that colors are working. Okay, so in this case, all right, so let's do shell. All right, so we made this change, saved. All right, so Docker build. Oh, I'm still in the container. Docker build, we're on step 4 now. We're gonna do Docker run. Step 4. Now, I can do the same, and I don't need this entry point anymore. And what I can do is I want to just straight up open the config.toml file. Oh, step 4. Step 4, please. And that just opens up. I see it all in there, and we can go ahead and quit. Okay, let's see. There. This one I did wrong. Okay, so it's you. Okay, so we do a Docker run. To config. Let's see. We removed that. We're removing the entry point override for this test, and adding in the config.toml. Another ad break is starting in 5 minutes, so heads up. And adding in the config.toml option so that we load straight into that file. We should be able to see different colors and the sort of like the dark theme, the dark blue theme, and the dark blue thing. And quit with :q. Okay. One last step. So let's see. Setting a user. So a non-root. Let's see. Running as not root. Screaming that. One last thing to do Let's create a user. Iroclad, hello. How are you doing today? Which Helix am I Dockerizing? Helix Editor. So I don't think there is a Helix Editor. I don't think there's multiple Helix editors. I think there's only one Helix editor. Why? Mostly for a challenge. So this is a challenge that's going to be part of the course, right? I want to show off that you can use Docker as an executable, and then oh yeah, there's multiple Helix apps, but yeah, I think early on I said like we're doing this as the Helix editor itself. But yeah, I'm doing this to show off like, hey, you can Dockerize pretty much anything that's CLI based really easily. Oh, okay, nice. Oh, and you're still using it. Nice. I know that some people were playing around with it, but then didn't continue using it because there are some features that are missing that are really nice to have in NeoVim. Like the tree modes, that's really nice. I do miss that. I can't wait for plugins to be like a thing. You clicked with it better than NeoVim. Oh, that's really nice. I mean, it's nice to have something that clicks with us, right? Like if we're using something that we're sort of like all the time constantly fighting against, that's no good. Okay, one last thing to do. Let's create a user so that we can run Helix has not instead of the root user. Now, we already know how to create the user from before. So that's just going to be run user and switch over to the user. And that's it. That's all it is. So, okay, so let's add that in. I don't have to set the work dir. This should just work for us. And now we are this coder user. There is a couple updates to do. So wherever we have root in here, we're going to have to change this to be /home coder, but that's it. Oh, and I already did that. So, okay. Since Rust installs into the user's home directory, we're just using the add user -d option to not set a password. Don't forget to update the paths for the env and copy commands. Okay, ads just started. We'll be done in 3 minutes. Okay. I took a break last one, right? And Zilby came in and then left in the middle of that. So I don't have a reason to go and find him again. So I'll probably just work through this one. Don't forget to update the paths for the env and copy commands. Okay, let me do that. Which gives you that. And then I think we're done. So We're done. Let's do one final test. Make sure the ad was only like 15 seconds. Excellent. That's good to hear. 15 seconds to like then not have any pre-rolls for anybody else. I mean, it is me who's saying that and not having to watch the ad. So I guess that's sort of like me saying, I'm willing to trade your time like that, but that doesn't sound really good when I say that out loud, does it? So thank you for bearing with the ads. And RL you had no ads. Well, that's even better. Different people get different number of ads. It's sort of like some people in different regions get no ads whatsoever. Yeah, it's very weird the way that works. Either that means that I'm not popular enough for advertisement companies to bid on my stream, or Twitch is just screwed up. You're in a poorer region. I don't like, do you think that would make it so that the advertisers are not willing to bid in your region because they're like, oh, nobody's going to buy our stuff there anyways? I mean, that might be what it is, right? If somebody has a product that's only useful in America, let's say, you're only going to set that advertisement to run in America. Like, there's no reason to have it run in Europe or in Africa or in South America, because your buyers aren't there. Why spend money on the advertisements? That's probably exactly what it is. There's probably no ads in your region. And then everybody else who gets like less, I wonder if it's just because there's fewer ads over there. I don't know. Okay, so we're done. Let's do one final test and make sure that everything is working as expected. Okay, so then we can do I'm just gonna go ahead and leave that off. Leave that off. Save you. This will be step 5. I don't need to open that. Oh, I need to Docker build you. Step 5. So let's actually do like let's make this latest. Oh, but actually I don't think this works, because latest is also the thing up. I think this makes it weird. But I have this SHA crate. I can use that. Okay, so we can do Docker run. That did not work because we don't have the config here. That's not doing what I wanted. Okay. That's actually kind of strange. It's why? Oh, because I updated in there. Hold on. I have the update correctly up here, but not over here. I changed the user, yeah. Okay, so just to make sure I'm running what I think that I'm running over here, we're gonna you. Okay. You go to everything. That's not how it works. I want to do that. There we go. Okay, now let's try this again. Build to latest. Run to latest. There we go. Now we're happy. And if I open up TOML, we're good to go here. Okay, so we first build you. And then we run you. Okay. So good times there. We're good to go. All right, so then we have a walkthrough. Okay, then final one. So deployment. This is okay, so we have a one thing on Windows, paste from Shiffins, or right click messes up multi-line. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that. That's okay. I think it would be okay to also say, just write it out by hand. Like personally, I like to do that for things. Yeah, on Mac, I just do Command V and it just works as expected. I don't have to do anything special to insert multiple lines. Now it does run them each line as it's going in. So that's fine. Which terminal are you using on Windows? Are you using PowerShell or Terminal? Because there's a terminal you can get from the Windows Store that I think is altogether superior to PowerShell. Even though it's like running PowerShell on its own, it's like the interface for the shell or for the terminal part is much better. And I think that one, multiple lines, works a little better. I haven't really used PowerShell a lot. Okay, so that is the latest terminal for the show. Okay, that's the one I'm using, and I think it's working. We can test that later. Okay, so deployment. Okay, so we have a working. All right, so we have a working image. We have a working image that we can now share with our team. We can either have them build the image from the Docker file and then run with and then run it, or we can push the image to a repository, so they only need to run it. If we want to push to a repository like Docker Hub, we'll first need to create an account. Is there a special place for creating an account? I'm logged in, so I don't think I can do that anymore. Okay, so we'll first need to create an account. After creating an account, okay, so after creating an account, get a read write key. So I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a help for this. So Docker Hub. Yeah, create and manage access tokens. This is what I want. So how to create an access token. So get a read-write access token. And run the, okay, so then run the Docker login command to authenticate to your Docker Hub account. Do I still have access to that? I didn't like actually keep it. The key, that is. Go to my account, security, access tokens. I have stream publish. Yes, I no longer have access to it. Okay, so I would have to delete it. So let's I want login. Oh, it works okay if you run command from Helix clipboard paste before. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that that would happen. That kind of, that sucks. Okay, so here's login. So, and then use Docker login. So, I'm going to authenticate to your GitHub account. Finally, we can push the image that we created with the Docker push command. So then we have this. So we're gonna do Docker push, Xerker latest, Helix latest up, and that sends up all the layers, and we're good to go. All right, this one article took us most of the day to do, but it is a big article, and it's sort of like a project type article, anyways, to sort of that goes like back and forth. It teaches you how to do stuff. I think that this is I think it's important. I think it's good. Right? So okay, and there. In my case, you can see the repo at Let's go find here. If I look for Helix, is Maya the only one here? Oh, right, because there are many helixes. Mine doesn't show up even on the first page. Fine. Berserker, and I want Berserker Helix. There we go. Okay. Hi. You back to say hi? Want to come up here? No? Okay. You just want to meow. Meow and ask me to follow him upstairs. Okay, so in my case, you can see the repo at here. And then we're good to go. We have done it. So now anyone on your team can just use the Docker run rm it command to let's see, command to load and run Helix on their system without installing Helix or Rust locally. Let's do challenge. Harsh, hello. How are you doing today? You're new to the channel. May I know more about you and on what content you make a video about? I do a lot of I do both challenges myself where I just program things. And then I also do a lot of tutorials and like building educational type content. So for right now, we're building a course on Docker. I also do a lot of Rust code. So if you're interested in Rust, I have a lot of code, a lot of Rust videos. We've made a couple different courses on that are free on YouTube. And then I'm also starting to create courses and sell them on an LMS that I created too. So that's kind of what I'm all about. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. How are you doing today? Let's see. Pick a command that you use and wrap it in Docker. Okay, make sure the command is a terminal command. GUI commands are out of scope for this course. Okay, so there we go. Done. Okay, so we are finished with this article, this lesson. 686 lines. So this might be the longest one yet. Okay, so let's save you. Let's head back over to README. So we are done. And this is, okay, so this is going to Docker, Dockerize Helix. There we go. Whew. So what are you looking at? Oh, I think he wants to play. So I think we can set something up like that. I have his thing, the new toy that we gave him. I can set his camera to look that direction. I can even make it bigger. We're not taking a break. Sylvie. All right. That might keep him busy for a little bit of time. Okay, you're into web dev, learning in public, and you want to switch your full stack dev role to DevOps. Nice. Have I made a project related to full stack web dev? You'd be grateful to learn from my videos. I have done that. I created, so my course, I have 2 courses, one on Axim and one on U, that is like, that would be considered full stack if you use both of them. They basically work together, right? We created a backend on Axim, and then the front end uses that backend to do its thing. I think it's a to-do app. That being said, like, are you interested in REST type things? Because unfortunately, I don't have any courses on like just JavaScript backends. They're all REST right now. I guess except this one. This is the first not REST course that I made. And I guess my sysadmin course, the one for like deploying to DigitalOcean, you don't really need to know any. Only like the first couple episodes, lessons are about like a REST type stuff, but it's not really. Sylvie, you want something else? Here, let's have another toy. A little. I do this all the time where I miss the door. And then half the time, Zilby just sort of stares at me like what? What are you thinking? Okay, so we have those. That's good. What time is it? 12:52. That's not too bad. Building images for multiple targets. So this is the next thing we have to learn how to do this, and then we can create a lesson for it. I guess we can create the. I think we can create the pushing images.hub. We kind of already did that, so. So all I have to do here now is building images for multiple targets. That's it. All right, well, Zilby's gone. So new, so this is going to be building images for multiple targets, multiple platforms. Okay, so when we build a Docker image using Docker build, that image is. Oh, I think I do need to take a quick break. Zilby is meowing a lot and he's starting to paw. And so those of you who have cats, and when the cat starts to paw things, you know there's a problem. I need to take him upstairs and make sure that he doesn't need me to do anything. So this might be more of a 5-minute break or something. So I will be right back in 5 minutes or so. All right, I am back. He did indeed need to go. He needed to go use his He needed to go to the restroom. And he wanted me to be with him. So all that's taken care of. Got him some new food. He's down here eating, so everything's good. Coffee, hello. How are you doing today? Okay, so let's see. when we build a Docker image using Docker build, that image is built for the current platform that you are using. For example, if you are on a MacBook Pro, that image will now only work on MacBooks. However, we can build images for other platforms with the Docker build platform command. So let's go find this. Okay, there it is. So here, Docker build, we wanted the Linux. I think it was AMD 64 as an example. Hi, you done? Wanna come and hang out with us? Here, come here. No? Okay, here we go. So we have you. So we do a Docker build, latest platform. Okay, so we've got that. We can see. Ooh, why am I tabbed in? Okay, so I think here I want to link this to the other platforms. And I always forget where to find them. I feel like Docker makes it a little bit harder to see what the platforms you have available to build for. So we have little platform. Let's see, build arguments. No, those are actually arguments. Introduction. It's like build the image. That's not right. Multi-platform. I'm hoping to find a simple page that has just a list of the platforms to build for. Okay, this is probably, I mean, it's not the names of them though. It's the only problem. This, okay, wait, this is a lot closer. This is how to do the repo for it for architectures, which is not exactly what I was going for. I want things that like show that. Like, for example, this. That takes me out to GitHub Docker page. Okay, maybe maybe it's under guide. Maybe it's under reference. Build not target. Okay, platform. Set platform if the server is multi-platform compatible. Cool. Those are the only platform on this page. Cool. Great. Okay, so I need to use build X, I think, or builder. I think, okay, so I think what we read is that we need to do build X something. So back to manuals now. I want to build images, multi-platform images. Okay, so when you evoke a build, you can set the -- platforms. That's what we've done. But by default, we can only build for a single platform at a time. If you want to build for multiple platforms at once, you can create a new builder that uses the Docker container driver. Just open that up. Turn on the Containerd snapshotter storage. Is there one that's like, maybe we want to build our own driver. Okay, so we can build this. Okay, so we want to do docker buildx create the name of a container. So move this over to the left so we can do this over here. We're going to do docker buildx create name is going to be so we'll call this like tester. The driver is Docker container. Now the driver op, so here's some options we have. So image sets the build kit image to use for the container. Do we really need to do that here? When you run a build, buildx pulls the specified image. When the container is started, buildx submits the build submitted to the containerized build server. Unlike when using the default Docker driver, images built with the Docker container driver must be explicitly loaded into the local image store. Use the -- load flag. Okay, so docker buildx, and then that returns the container, right? Oh yeah, you did post that, didn't you? And I forgot you did. That was in Discord somewhere. Where was that? Oh yeah, here it is. Copy the link. Copy link. Yeah, it's from Red Hat. Okay, so Docker buildx. To build Linux AMD 64 and Linux ARM 64 container images using Docker buildx, you can use the following command. So maybe I can just send them here. This might be good. Docker buildx create -- name my builder. Inspect bootstrap. Build platform. Output. Okay, so give it tags, builder. Okay, which builder to use. Oh, and then dot for where the Docker file is. Oh, and then Docker buildx stop my build. Oh, to stop it. Interesting. To set up Docker buildx on your machine, follow these steps. Install Docker, obviously. Enable experimental features. This is from November of 2023, which is not very long ago. For Docker, Where where is that and mine? So in the Docker hub, or no, this is Docker desktop. Builders. Okay. Selected builder. Yeah, so this, I don't think this is I don't think that this is experimental anymore because I just have builders here and I just have the normal builder here. And so I can create a new builder, I think. So let's try this. So if I do this, Docker build X create use. Okay, what if I don't even do my? I would guess that if I just do Docker, it's full screen you, put you to the side, put you over here. So if I do Docker build X create name, and we're gonna do build with like we'll call this multi-platform. Arpit, hello, how are you doing today? And then okay, that was it. Now I did not use the -- use command, but yeah, so we can now see here's my multi-platform. It just shows up over here. It's paused. Now I can, I think, just say Docker build X use multi-platform, and it just switched mine to selected builder, although it's paused and this is still running. That's interesting. Okay. Now they want you to build X inspect bootstrap. Build X inspect bootstrap. Oh, and that makes it start running. Okay, so that's good. They're both running now. Okay. Build X build with, okay, for what platforms I'm going to do. So now I do Docker build X build platform. Okay, so now we can say which ones I want, right? Linux, AMD 64, comma, Linux, ARM 64. I forget what the ones are for Mac. I was really hoping that they would have a list of the potential targets. So Dogger build platform list. I mean, I would love for there just to be. Why did they make this so hard to find? Okay, so we have this. Is that the list here? So for example, we have Linux AMD 64, right? So Linux AMD 64. Does that mean there's also a Windows AMD 64? I think the Mac one is Darwin AMD 64, right? And Darwin. Ooh, I don't remember which one's which. If I try to run this myself, okay, so excuse me. Let's say I try to run the one I just did, right? So if I do Docker, so what's the last one I built? Okay, so did it for platform AMD 64. So if I do a Docker run again. Oh, I would have expected that would have, okay, yeah, it works anyways, but yeah, it's saying that the requested images platform does not match the Texas host platform Linux ARM 64. Okay, so my platform is Linux ARM 64. So I want to build for Linux ARM 64, AMD 64. Probably both of those. Probably just both of those. ARM 64 and AMD 64. And that should work on everybody's system or on most people's systems. Maybe. Possibly. Okay. And I think Darwin is PPC. Or was that the Intel one? I don't remember. Okay, so I want both of those. So AMD 64 and ARM 64. Okay, so back to you. We're going to do build with this. So Docker build X build platform. Our platforms, we're going to do Linux, AMD 64, comma, Linux, ARM 64. Okay, so now we do our output. So our type is equal to image. Go ahead and also push it. Oh, push equals true. So also just push this straight up to the repository. On the same line here, we're going to tag this. This is Zerker, Helix, latest with builder, multi-platform, and then dot for where the Docker file is. So if I do that, that should now build this for both of them and push them up at the same exact time. Okay, and pushing layers. So now this is now going to be going up to Docker Hub. And while we're waiting for that to go up, we can see my Brook Circuit Helix is only available right now on Linux ARM64 because that's what we built it for, right? But now we're doing it on both at the same exact time. Okay, so that's up. Now if we come back to here and we refresh, now we can see that the same image tag combination is available on both Linux architectures. And so I can build this on as many as I want. So if I should be able to run this now again. So Docker run. Ooh, okay, so hold on. You yelled at me again. Linux AMD 64. Did I not build it for that? I tried to. Linux AMD 64. Oh, this is ARM 64. Does not match the detected host platform. Linux ARM 64. V8. Okay, so maybe I need the V8. So then let's try this again. Nope, that still had the same error. Linux ARM 64 V8. Why is that not working for me? For Docker images, we have latest here. Oh, that was 25 minutes ago. Am I using the wrong one here? Let's try this. Docker RMI Berserker Helix latest. So if I do a run again on this, you pull down and maybe it will work better. Yeah, that one didn't have the error. Okay, so it was using a cached version locally for the prob. Of course it did. Also, ad break just started. Sorry, I didn't notice that it was about to start. Sorry for everybody who's getting ads right now. And I didn't warn you. Cool. Okay, I think we're going to just link to this because I think that document works just fine. Okay, so where are you? Here you are. So specifically, I want this Docker buildx. Which does, okay, that is what you sent me to. Okay, perfect. Oh, and we need to stop this too. Now, if I do a Docker build, so we'll just call this testing dot build. Notice that it's using desktop Linux here for that. So I would need to use the Docker buildx in order to make sure it's built through the other one. And if we look at Docker build help, oh, I can use a different builder. So I can say Docker builder multi-platform. What did I call it? Multi_platform. Okay, so multi_platform -t testing. I could then do platform, I think, Linux, AMD 64, Linux, ARM 64. That, yeah, and that works for both of them. Oh, I would need to set what the output is. Okay, so it is easier to do with the BuildX with like the entire output thing. Okay, that's fine. That's good to know. But yeah, okay, so I think, and then we can stop this. I can either stop it here by like that stop, or I can just do a Docker BuildX stop multi-platform. And that should stop this. There he goes. Okay, so it is now paused. And we're good to go. Now I can do Docker BuildX use desktop Linux. And that becomes our selected builder again, and then we're sort of back to default. Okay, I think that we can just use this one. Okay, so however, we can only build you can build images for other platforms. Now the closest we found to a list of other platforms was here. With the Docker build platform command. Okay, so with that, if we, okay, so multiple platforms at the same time. By default, Docker can only build for one platform at a time, which is annoying. We can create a new builder using Docker build X. Okay, so we can create a new builder using Docker build X and use it to build an image with the same tag for multiple platforms at the same time. Read this article from Red Hat. To learn how. Now we did it, so I just have to go back until we find where we did this on. So Docker build testing. No, that's not right. There's my run. Londo Spark. Rating with a party of 9. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't know why I didn't get any sound from that. Oh, there it is. Okay. It just the message in chat and the actual event happening was very different. Londo and Raiders, how are you all doing today? How was your stream? What was your stream about? And Londo, thank you so much for the resubscription. 22 months already. Time is flying. It was a test stream for the Rust Relay tomorrow. Oh, right. There's the Rust Relay thing tomorrow. I will not be online tomorrow, so I won't be able to see it. But I hope that it goes really well and everything is good. Were you working on anything else, or was it just a test stream? Okay, so that's... I need to create it. Oh, yeah. So we start up here. So we do Docker buildx create, name multi-platform. That creates it. Then we use it. Then we inspect it. Then we build... for it, then we run it, then all this stuff happens, and it gets pushed up, and we're done. There we go. Fun times. Let's see. You ended up going through the Spacetime DB tutorial. Oh, nice. I don't know if I've ever used... Oh, I've definitely not used Spacetime. How are you liking it? I'm going to add that to my list of technology to check out. Spacetime DB. My day is going pretty good, and the stream is going pretty well. We did one huge article on Docker stuff, and we're just doing an article on multi-platform builds with Docker. Okay, it looks like a version of Firebase that actually works. It's pretty nice. Firebase has been out for so long. I've only ever used Firebase for the deployment features of it. I've never used their database. Their database reminds me a lot of Parse. Do any of you remember Parse? Is that like, that's like 2 or 3 ages ago, it feels like, in the eras of web development. Okay, we'll need to clean this up. This is a lot of code here. Okay, so okay, we buildx create name multi-platform. That comes out like that. Oh, let's first search for main. We have 7 selections, so main, maybe that. That should be good. No. Okay, so why am I... Oh, because that one has a dot on it. Oh, that's nasty. Is there like a go... I want to... No, that doesn't go to... That's not going to help. I want like to move... is there a search? No, that's a full search. Is there like a line search? I want to go to the last of the line. I don't want to go to the start of the line. I want to go until I find something in this line. So let's see, go. I don't think that's what I want either. There's search. Select search, next search match. That's ZN. Maybe that's what I want. So if I Z select next search match, okay, N. Oh no, that's definitely not what I want. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm in a screwed up state. Okay, so all right, let's try this again. So if I want select everything, search for, let's say, like open main closed. Oh, that's very bad. Let's open main closed. Okay. That's 7 selections. That's the thing. I want to go to the beginning of it. I want to capital Z, search for regex pattern, and I want the $sign. Okay, so that goes to there. Oh, but I lost my multiple cursors when I did that. Oh no, I didn't do that. Okay, but that's not really helpful. Well, that sucks. I guess if I just go over like this. Why is that working when it's multiple lines like that? Oh, I'm off by 1. So if I just do, nope. Oh, now I'm in a bad state. Okay. There. Delete that. Okay. I think we should be good now. All right, so we start BuildX use multi-platform. Oh, so BuildX create name multi-platform. Returns that. Use multi-platform. Inspect bootstrap. Building. We get all this information about it. Yay. Awesome. Okay. BuildX build. All right, so I want platform. So let's do multi-line for this. So platform with that. BuildX build platform. No, wait, that's wrong. This is what I want. Okay, so I tried to do this one and it didn't do what I wanted to. Does not match the detected host. Okay, so Dr. Okay. Docker BuildX platform. Okay, so platform that output Push true tags. Okay, so build. Okay, so we can just keep this in one line. It'll be fine. Multi-platform dot. Okay, so now it's going to be, now it builds that thing. It gets all this stuff and it does both them and it pushes out. Okay, so, and if we check the deployed, deployed build, deployed image, we'll see that it supports both tags. Okay, great. Perfect. So there we go. All right, so that's building for multiple targets. So Docker for web development, multiple platforms. All right. So the next thing is, I think, I don't have any other things to add into the course. Like this feels pretty good for like getting started with Docker for web development type stuff. And in fact, I probably don't even need to call it Docker for web development. This could just be Docker. Like, you know, I don't even know if it's like a getting started with Docker, because like we get started with it and then we dev with it, and then we just do some slightly more advanced cool stuff with it. And then that's it. Like that's what you need to get going with Docker. And now you should be confident using Docker with everything else and hopefully be able to do your own thing. So next steps for us for this specific course, I want to record videos for it. So now that we've written these, let's search for that and replace you with a space. Okay. It is 2 o'clock right now. I don't know if I want to start doing videos right now on this. What I might want to do is I might want to rest my voice. Maybe we can like end earlier or something. And then next week on starting on Tuesday, we're gonna have Tuesday and Wednesday, and we can see if we can just knock all of these out, or at least as many as possible out as videos. And then once we're good with that, it's time to upload them to someplace, and probably get this into the LMS, figure out a price for it, and activate it and start selling the course. Now, I joke that watching the live streams and the VODs for this, that's the free tier. I have to figure out what the price is. I'm thinking right now maybe something like $20, but I'm not sure. Like, I'm not fully sure. So also probably when we create it, I'll probably do a couple of giveaways. That's what I did with the last one for SQLX Rust. So that's always fun too. We'll figure out some fun things with that, and then this project will be done. So I foresee that this will be either next week or the week after. We'll be finished with the Docker course and be ready to move on to whatever the next thing is. All right. So in the meantime, do any of you have any questions, thoughts, comments? I think I'm going to give myself a rare. I think I'm going to end early. Mostly to give my voice a break, but also, just like, it's nice to like, okay, we did something. I'll just take like a couple hours off. It'll be fun. It'll be nice. I have the house to myself this afternoon too, so I can go and turn on like loud music upstairs. It'll be nice. Are you looking forward to this talk at FOSDEM? So what is that? Free and open source something? Like, is it a conference or something? Modern build system for containers. Are you still building images like it's 2015, like the way I'm just teaching? This how quickly you see with modern build technology and building images in seconds rather than minutes. Okay. Yeah, definitely could. This type of stuff makes a huge difference in CI/CD. OCI container images. Interesting, yeah. Very nice. That'll be interesting. That will be interesting. When is that? Oh, that's Saturday. I'm usually busy on Saturdays. Also, I would not be surprised if that's in the middle of the night for me. I don't know when exactly that is for me. But yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Are you going in person? That would also be interesting to sort of like, conferences in person are always fun. The hello. There's lots of containerization technologies, Docker, Firecracker, gvisor, even Wasm to some degree. Do you have any recommendations on where you can learn about how to choose between these? It is, yeah, that would be overwhelming to learn them all just to decide. I don't think you can really go wrong with learning Docker because it is everywhere. There's so many companies are still using Docker. If you want to deploy to like ECS, that's Docker. If you want to, like most companies are still like using Docker behind the scenes. Podman is like a stand-in replacement for Docker, but tries to like replicate its API. I would probably start with Docker simply because of that. And then I would switch to new things if there's a need. So that would be my choice. I'm interested in like if everybody else would agree with that. So Docker goes the distance and is the door to other avenues. I guess if I was a hiring manager, for example, I would say that Docker, if you know Docker, then I would basically say, okay, well, clearly you know the ideas of containerization. So therefore, everything else you can just learn. Like, it's just gonna be syntax, it's gonna be like slightly methodologies that are different here and there, but the general idea, like the theory behind everything of containerization is gonna be the same no matter what you do. So therefore, it's sort of like front-end frameworks, right? If you know one of them, generally speaking, you can learn the others really quickly. So therefore, you don't really need to learn the others to get a job. They're just like, okay, know one of like these 4 different frameworks. That's generally how I like to consider FOMO in the tech space, especially in web dev, where everything is changing and growing and mutating so quickly. Okay, there's like 25 new front-end frameworks out. There's 25 new back-end frameworks out. There's frameworks that are full stack. Which one do you choose? There's like a million of them now. And then you start seeing all of these different frameworks in job requests. And it's like, okay, do I have to learn them all? And the answer is no. You don't really have to learn them all. All you really have to do is learn one of each and be able to learn new things quickly. And that's it. And I guess also be able to convince people that you can learn things quickly. And that's communication skills. So, you know, three things of technology, 2 things of technology, and communication. And as you become more senior level, you'll just start collecting these things anyways, because it's not like you can come into a company, they're going to say, okay, well, you know Docker, so you have to use Docker. No, you're going to come into a company and it's like, hey, we use Firecracker. And you're like, okay, well, I'll just learn Firecracker. And you're in it. You're you learn it in a couple days or maybe less, and off you go. Absolutely. Glad to put your mind at ease there. That being said, there is the negative problem of non-technical recruiters who don't understand that, right? Like some recruiters think, well, if you don't know this, you have to, we're just going to say, we're just going to take your resume and put it into the shredder. And that's where networking comes in oftentimes, is to work around that. But again, that's the communication aspect, right? That's not the answer to that is don't work with bad recruiters by just learning more skills. With non-technical recruiters, a chat often helps things along. Exactly. And that's networking, that's communications. I've had recruiters constantly ask, tell me about jobs in Java, for example. And it's I don't have Java on my resume. I don't have it on my LinkedIn. Could I learn Java? Yes. Am I interested in working on Java? Probably not. I know JavaScript, but the recruiter didn't know the difference, right? Because it looked the same on their page. They're not technical. And so a conversation with them was like, hey, let's have a conversation. Let's have a phone call. And it's an educational moment, right? You can talk to them and say, hey, just want to let you know, Java and JavaScript are different technologies. Can you please verify, is the job for Java or JavaScript? Oh, it's for Java? Okay. So it won't be good for me, but I would love to stay in contact with you. If you do find one that says JavaScript, please let me know, because I am very good at that, and I am happy to do that kind of work, or vice versa. I often say that Java is to JavaScript as car is to carpet. I'm trying to think, can I say something because there's a carpet in a car? But I don't think that works. I don't think it stands up if I try to go too deep with it. But yeah, that's a really good analogy to use with a recruiter, because they're going to understand that, because they understand and know what a car is. I mean, I would hope so. They're completely different things, yes. That's as far as you go, yeah. Which makes sense. If we go too deep with a non-technical recruiter, if you're in a physical conversation with them, you can actually literally see the moment that their eyes start glazing over and they start not paying attention anymore, because they have been overwhelmed and / they're out of their league. They know it, and you've lost them. All right. So that being said, let's go ahead and send this on all up. So first off, our Docker course. Okay, so commit, I guess finished writing first drafts. For each of those, that's good to go there. Express CRUD. We haven't done anything with this for the course for a while, so we're good to go here. Dockerized Helix. This one, we did push that up, and I think we're good to go. So let's go ahead and do a git add here. Oh, I don't want the Rust app. Git score. I want to remove the rest up, in fact. Okay, so we have updated Docker file for course, and we'll go ahead and push you up. And if you're interested in this one, here, this is the config in there. Here is a link to the Dockerized Helix repo that we created as part of this course. That was the challenge for Dockerizing like a command. And then Helix itself, oh, that was just the config, which we got from. So we're good to go here, and I don't need anything else. Thinking about their domain, they care about matching people to roles to get paid by their clients and maintain a reputation. They don't care about the nitty-gritty technical details any more than we care about the recruitment pipeline. That's very true. And it's a really powerful skill to learn, to be able to think about the point of view from the person you're talking to. If you're able to learn what problems they have, what problems they're trying to solve, you can help them solve that problem. This is even more powerful if you're the client, right? If they're trying to help you find a job, which is how they make money, then making that easier for them is going to make it them more willing to help you out, both now and in the future. And that's one way to like maybe get higher up on the list of priorities for a recruiter. And it's a sales technique, is figure out what the problem the person you're talking to is and help them solve it. And they're going to love you for that. It's really good. And if you can get into the habit of doing that just in general and in life, you become somebody that people really want to have you around. You don't have to solve everybody's problem. You just have to help make sure that their problem gets solved, which are subtly different things. Let's see. CJ is online. CJ is doing web dev news, code, Q&A, and it looks like right now, Code Wars. Let's go ahead and set up a raid for CJ. We're gonna do a raid for Coding Garden. All right, obviously this raid is only for Twitch, so everybody over on Twitch will go over and say hi to CJ, and then everybody on YouTube will be ending. This VOD will just remain up on YouTube, although it is a fairly long one. And then I am cutting these down and making them shorter than uploading them to YouTube. I'm just like a month or so behind, so the cut ones will take a while to get uploaded. So that being said, thank you everybody for hanging out today. I hope that you all have a great rest of your Wednesday. I'll be back streaming starting on Monday next week. We'll be continuing on with the Build Your Own Git Challenge, and then more of this, the Docker course, on Tuesday and Wednesday. And so with that, I will see you next time. Bye.